everyone. I hope you're having a good Friday or whatever day it may be where you are. We have a Wisteria Falls puzzle up first. And oh boy, it's hot in here. We have a Wisteria Falls puzzle up first. In advance of their Memerister interview, I believe, because I think they're the next Memerister interviewee, I believe. So we'll look at that in a second. As always, we're beginning with the puzzle that has the most votes from the supporters of the stream. So in this case, it's this puzzle, and the following people voted for it. So it was David, Math, Pesto, Russ, Nell, Luda, Doomdiot, and Nordy. So thank you all. Isabella says this is one of their favorite puzzles. Excellent. I know Isabella is a big indexing fan, and I do believe this has some indexing in it. All right, so let us have a look at the rules. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Squares contain even digits. The circle contains an odd digit. Black cages are standard killer cages. Shaded cages are standard hunter cages. Okay, well, that part we'll have to read what it means. A, B, and C each represent a consistent digit from 1 to 9 and may or may not be different from one another. Okay, so interesting. So we've got some sort of like thing. So in killer cages, digits do not repeat and sum to the digits at the top. And the star one is let a digit n be placed in position P within a box index the cell that is in position P in box N. In hunter cages, cells indexed this way are listed in the top left. Did not understand that. Okay, digit N placed in position P. Index the cell that is position P in box N. Nope, don't understand this at all. Does this sentence make sense to anyone in the chat? This is not a sentence, I don't think. Digit N placed in position P within a box. Index the cell that is in position P in box N. Cells indexed this way are listed in the top left. I don't understand what any of these words mean. I don't know what are listed in the top left means. And I can't make sense of this rule. I might not be able to do this. This is not a rule that I can parse what is meant. Tristan says there's an example puzzle. Let's see. Let's look at the example. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this is. Let's see if this will probably look better. Oh no, this looks much better for you in this window. So let's see. So we've got. This is a solvable example. Okay, this one is a 2, and this one's a 22. In this, the 22 cage in box 1 must have 2 cells pointing to 2 2s. The 4 points to box 4. And the 2 in the same cell in that box. Okay, so this 4... Sorry, I have to like read it so that I can read the thing. And this 4 is pointing at this 2. And then this 3 is pointing at this 2. Okay. And then this one's only a single 2 because this is a 4 pointing at a 1 there. 3 pointing at 2. I understand the 3 pointing at a 2. Why is the 4 pointing at a 1 and there's not a 1 here? To a 2 from one of the 2 cells. Okay, so the so it's okay, so here it is the 2 is an ambiguity clue because it's just telling you one of the 2 points at this. Okay. So this is like, yeah, this is like a weird sort of quadruply thing. Okay. So there we go. Okay. So let's try and figure this out. We've got a bunch of sums here. We need to be pointing at 2 6s here. Yeah, these are this is saying, yeah, I agree with Jim. This is saying that like whatever box number I pick here, there's a 6 there. So for example, this digit is not a 7 and it's not a 9. If it's an 8, it means there's a 6 there, for example. Let's see, and then we've got some stuff with 4s. See, we know this is odd, so it's only of one 3 9. This is 2 6 8. 2 4 6 8. This points at a 9. Okay, so I see, for example, this can't be an 8. So maybe we just actually have to do this and just try it. That quite often indexing puzzles are just list out all the possibilities and eliminate them. So this can't be 1 because I can't put a 9 in a 7 cage. It can't be 2 because there's a 2 here. It can't be 3 because I can't put a 9 in a 9 cage. It can't be 8 because if I put an 8 here, then I can't make the 10 cage work because there's a 2 below it. So let's see. So I think 4 is okay. I think 5 is okay. I think 6 is okay. Oh, it would put a 9 there. Right. It would put a 9 there. Okay, never mind. That's okay, actually. So sorry, that was 8. So I think it can be that. Can you delete all the indexing puzzles from the bucket, Tristan? If you're not going to do them. Because I'm sure this was added to the bucket with the idea that Tristan would do it, but he has not been doing stuff lately, and I do not ever want to do something like this again. Let's see. Okay, so sorry, indexing fans. So let's see. So these are from 2 4 6 8. So this is box 2, box 4, box 6, and box 8. Over here. So yeah, and there's a B. So and both of these are pointing at B. So there's only, of course, one B in row 5. So these can't be like a 4 6 pair, for example, I can see. You don't want an indexing fan, I promise. That's probably true. Let's see. So yeah, so these aren't a 4 6 pair. So there's at least a 2 or an 8 in these cells. Because of the fact that I can't put 2 B's in this row. That almost certainly has to be the thing I have to look at for the break-in. Is this piece with the B's, because they have an even square, which seems to be saying something potent. And they can't possibly point to the same place, because they can't be the same digit. But, right, and they can't be... No, they could be 2. Okay, if either of them is 2, it makes B 2. Can B be 2? Is there some reason is there a B somewhere in the puzzle that tells me B can't be 2? No, these are the only B's in the entire puzzle, I believe. Uh, 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 let's see. So yeah, if either of these is 2, it makes B 2. Otherwise, one of them is definitely 8. And interestingly, okay, so I think we can't have, these can't be a 2-8 pair and they can't be a 4-6 pair. Because if these are a 2-8 pair, it means B is 2, but in box 8, the 2 is already there. So this is so this is A2 or 8 and A4 or 6. And because these can't be a 4-6 pair either. So A2 or 8 and A4 or 6. Okay, let's look at Jaleb's point. So 5 can't go in the 44 cage. Because let's see if I can sort of figure this out. So if there's a 5 in there, it means one of these two is a 4. Which would just make one of these two a 6. Because you would need to place a 4 on another 10 cages in box 5. But it also has to go with the 5 in the 9 cage in row 6, column 4. What? So if you're saying if one of these is 5, one of these is 5. 5 and 4, 4. Places 5 in row 7, FC4. Yeah, I stream on Fridays and Sundays. Right, because the point is okay, so right. So the point is so if there's a 5 here, then by Sudoku there's a 5 in one of these cells, but I already know those aren't 5. So the only places that 5 can go in box 8 are these. And so Jaleb's point is if I put a 5 here, then it puts a 4 here and a 5 here, and that does not work. Oh, and yes, Jays, congratulations about getting your first Simon feature. That is always exciting. It will be now a bit before I do the puzzle, probably, because I usually wait a little bit after CTC does something to do something. But yeah, huge congrats. I was very happy to see that for you. Okay, so there is no 5 in one of these two cells. I agree with that. So therefore, if there's no 5 in one of those, that means that cell's not a 5. So there is a 5 down here because I need a 5 in row 8, and I can't put it in a box that already has a 5. And so therefore, one of these is a 5. Okay. Jays had been on Mark before, but not Simon, I believed earlier. No 7, 8, 9 in the thing. I certainly believe there's no 7. Okay, let's just do our thing of pencil marking this with everything. Okay, so it's not a 4 or 7 by Sudoku. We just argued it's not a 5. An 8 or a 9. Well, sorry, a 9 would put a 5 into this box. That's definitely not okay because We can't put a 4 on top of a 9. So we've got that. Oh, and not 8 because there's already a 4 in the row. Not 8 because there's already a 4 in the row. Okay, got it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so there is definitely a 6 because if they're both from 1, 2, 3, then I've put 2 of the same digit in the same row. So I agree with that. Okay, so one of these is definitely a 6, which I guess means something about this cage. So, like, if I now go over here and just do this, okay, there's no 4, no 7, no 5, no 6, because there's a 6 over here. This one could be 9, but that one can't be 9 because of that. That's true. I could mark the indexed 4, Jaleb would like. So one of these two is definitely a 4. Neither is 8. Neither is 8 because there's a 6 corner marked over here. Correct. Okay, and so now that means that this one has to be 9, actually. And so we actually get a digit. We can bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop-a-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-a-doop. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so we've got 2 of the 1, 2, 3s down here. The 8 in this row is down here, we can now say, with some certainty. Right. And the 9 here actually does place a 6. And that 6 places a 4. So we've got that, which places a 7 because of killer cages. So there's a 4 and a 7 up here. And I know that the 4 and 7 can't both go in the CC cage because box 4 and box 7 are on top of each other. So that cell is definitely a 4 or a 7, which means this cell is a 2 or a 5. Which now tells me that this 7 cage isn't a 2, 5 cage, so it's a 1, 6 or a 3, 4 cage. Which tells me that something. Let's see, and there's definitely a 4 or a 7. Because the let's see, is there a C anywhere else in the puzzle? No, there's no other C in the puzzle. So if either of these is 7, then C is 5 or 7. Okay. Yeah, the 9 cage doesn't do anything yet. So if this is a 1, it makes that a 6. Which would then make that an A. Let's see, Michael says row 2, column 9 can't be a 7. So all the spots to point to don't work. So if that's a 7, then C is 5, and then this would need to point to a 5 in the lower left somewhere. And the 5 certainly wouldn't be there or there or there. The 5 wouldn't be there. The 5 wouldn't be in the 10 cage. The 5 couldn't be here because it would go with a 4 there. So one of those two would be a 5. If this were the one that was a 5, it would make this an 8. I don't see what's wrong with that. And if this were the one that was 5, it would make that a 6. And I don't see what's wrong with that either. So I can get 7 of the 9 claims, I think, that Jaleb is making. But I don't see why neither of these could be 5. Oh, sorry, I said Jaleb's point, but I think this is actually Michael's point. Sorry. But I don't see why these two cells can't be 5. In the instance where this is a 7. And if this is a 7, that's a 4, 5, of course, but that 5 doesn't seem to point anywhere that I see a problem with. Does anyone else in chat agree with Michael's point here? Does anyone see what's wrong with one of these being 5? I'm just going to yellow these just in case. Let's see. We do know, Jaleb points out, one of these two is a 2. So because one of these two is a 2, because in row 9 needs a 2 and there's a 2 in this box. So one of these being a 2 means that either this cell is a 2 or this cell is a 2, right? No, that's not right at all. Sorry. Means either this cell is a 6 or this cell is a 4. So that's a 4-6 virtual pair in box 2 is what has happened, because we said before these can't both be 4-6 and they can't both be 2-8. And so the 2 here puts either a 6 or a 4 in here. So that means this cell's not 4 or 6 because there's a 4 or a 6 in one of these and a 4 or a 6 in one of these. So now this is only 5, 7, 8, or 9. Now, if it's 7, 8, or 9, that's interesting. Yes, you can't do 2 and 8 because if you do 2 and 8, you make B 2, but B can't be 2 in box 8. Was what we did. Let's see, Eckbert says you can't do 7. I agree, because there's now a 9 there, so this certainly can't be 7. So 5, 8, and 9. One of those 3 cells is a 9, is what we have learned. Great. don't see what to do with that. It seems like it must have been intentional because the 4-6 virtual pair feels like the intended step. Neither of them is so lucky that it breaks this box, right? So if we're saying either this is a 6 or this is a 4, we're also saying this is a 3 or this is a 5. But I don't think that is interesting immediately to me, at least. I mean, I guess technically we could start chaining when this is a 5. It makes that a 2. So it's possible there's a chain that breaks in the world where I put a 4 here, which actually kind of sounds like, because every step in this puzzle so far has been a chain about putting a 4 in a 9 cage, forcing a 5 in the 9 cage. So I actually kind of want to just try plugging in the version that puts a 4 here, because it feels like that would likely do something. So let's see. We'll mark the bifurcation point just because I see that it's on theme. So a 2 there would put a 4 here, would put a 5 here, would put a 2 there, and a 7 there, and a 4 here, I suppose. I don't want to do much more than that. But is there some reason why this is obviously broken? I hope I don't have to think about what this is. Let's see. I might think about the fact that C is 1, 3, or 9, but I don't see a reason why this breaks. I didn't like break every way of making 7 in the 7 cage. Let's see. Okay. So we can go back in that. So 2 here. Let's see. Jaleb wants to try this. 2 here puts a 6 here and a 3 here, and makes these a 1, 6. It definitely makes one of these 4, which remember would mean that B is there or there. Sorry, there or there or there. Yeah, I don't see quite what this does either, unfortunately. I was less enthusiastic about that one just because we'd done a few chain steps, but they'd all involved 4s, 5s, and 9 cages. So I assumed if there was going to be another chainy step, it was going to be a 4, a 5, and a 9 cage. Which is why I immediately leapt for this one. Oh, happy birthday, Marty Sears. Let's see. 5 or 8 or 9. See, and we have the AA in this thing that we haven't really thought about, but also I don't feel like I really know a lot about what's happening in these cases. I mean, I guess I know that there's a 5 and a 7 in these 4 cells in this box. Is there any chance it's interesting the possibility of there being a 5 or a 7 in the AA cage? Should infect these cells. Doesn't feel interesting. Does not feel interesting. I know there's a 7 by Sudoku in one of these 3 cells, which would mean there's either a 3 in one of these cells or a 2 in that cell. We have a lot of that kind of statement in this puzzle. I do know the 6 in column 5 isn't there. So the 6 in column 5 is in one of... it's not there either. Yeah, okay, that's crazy. Eckbert has noted that I can only place 6 within column 5 in these 3 cells. It can't be here because of the virtual 4-6 pair. It can't be here because it would place a 4 there. And it can't be here because there is a 6 already in that row. Okay, is that interesting? Sadly, that doesn't rule out the 2 from there. J40 says this can't be 3. Because it eliminates 4 from row 3, column 6. Okay, if this is a 3, it makes that a 6, which makes that a 3. Yeah, I know one of these is a... Oh, the point is... No. Okay, I'm just going to fill it in. If this is a 3, then that's a 6, that's a 3. So then this is a 4 by our 4-6 virtual pair. Except it can't be a 4 because of this. So that doesn't work. Okay, so this just can't be a 3. And the claim is if this is a 1, the same thing happens. If this is a 1, it's a 4 and a 5. And now this cell would have to be a 6, but it's a 6 in the wrong place. I think you could describe this using the word link, if you like the word link. Because there's a link between this cell is 6 and this cell is 4 of some sort. And sort of therefore that's telling you things about these that is interesting. Okay. Yes, definitely, Jaleb. Okay. Let's see. So again, just to say this to myself, we're saying this cage is 4 or 5, or this cage is 3-6. I enthusiastically endorse that, D-Web. I don't think the wording has syntactic meaning, but fortunately the page has an example which I think makes clear what's happening. But the wording leaves some amount to be desired. Makes the 9 cage in box 4. Sorry, the 9 cage in box 3. Not 4, 5, because it breaks both forms of indexing. Okay, so bifurcation point 4, 5. And so the problem is now I certainly can't put a 4 here because it would put a 5 here. So therefore, I would have to put a 6 here. So this would be 6 and 2. And this breaks because I know one of these was 4. Oh, the problem. Okay, got it. So the point is, right. Okay, so the point is that. Okay, so the way to see this, I think, is to say that what this is saying is that one of these two is a 4. And regardless of which of these two cells is 4, that cell's not 4. This cell's not, if this cell's 4, of course that one's not 4 because it's sudoku. If this cell's 4, this cell's not 4 because the 9 cage would be 4, 5. So this cell's never a 4. Okay, so we get that. And so now we have a C in one of these spots in box 4. And I have a Zach wing on 4s. So I actually know one of these cells is a 4 for sure, weirdly enough. I don't know if that helps, but I know it. Let's see. Right. It means this definitely isn't 3. So let's see. Okay, so let's write this out. So this cell is not 3, Sayori points out, because if this was a 3, then I would have to put the 4 here, but it doesn't work. So this is only 1, 4, 6, 8, or 9. Okay. So 2 in box 2. That's going to be very helpful. So 2 in box 2 can't go in either of these spots because the 2 would put a 7 in one of these cells, and because of the givens, neither of those can be 7. So now 2 is placed into one of these, and we've said these can't be 2, 8. And in fact, actually, because one of these is 2, it means that B is 2. So B is 2, and so and 4 or 6. Okay, so this can't be 2. So that means that cell can't be 4. So one of these 3 cells is 2. Now, is the point going to be if it's not this one, I have an X-wing on 2s, and that does something bad? I feel like if I was to just guess what thing I think is the point, I would guess that's somehow the point. But I don't see it, but that feels like the point. But I mean, I guess I could just put the bifurcation marker in and fill 2 in both of these cells and see if it breaks. Let's see. row 2, column 6 is a 6, row 3, column 6 is a 4. Placing 2 2s in column 9. Blink, blink. I don't think I understand this. Okay, so saying if this is a 6, this is a 2, of course. The 6 there means that's a 2, which means that's a 3, which means that's a 2, which would mean that that is a 6. I don't see the broken part. I still don't even see why it's broken. I guess that's a 2 now. Repeating 6 in box 2. Oh, because yeah, once this is a 2, that's also a 6. Okay, so it was one step further than I wrote down this breaks. Remembering 4 6 in box 2. So I know one of these is 4 6 for sure. So as soon as this is a 6, one of them is 4. And it's that one that's 4. So as soon as this is 6, that's 4. How do I see that breaks? Yeah, row 3, column 6 can't be 4. No, can be 4. That's the one that can be 4. That's the one that can't be 4, I think. Yeah, that one can't be 4. I'm trying to see how that shows me that the 6 breaks here, though. That is, I guess, the part I don't understand. I understood the other chain, but the other chain was really long. And someone sees this more easily. Okay, let's just write this in. So if this is 6, then row 3, column 6 is 4, which means that's a 3, which makes row 6, column 9 a 2, which makes row 6. The yellow things don't mean anything. Row 9, column 9 is a 2. Sorry, you're right. Row 9, column 9 is a 2. Which makes row 6, column 9 a 2. Use the 6 to index a 2. Oh, right. This 6 indexes a 2. Right. This 6 indexes a 2. Right. Okay. So the point is B was 2. So this is also a 2. Okay. That feels the same difficulty to me as the other chain, but I see this now why this cannot be 6. So that's a 2. Okay, so this is 4 or 6, which means one of these two cells is a 2. Oh, 4 doesn't work for the same reason. If this is 4, it makes that 2 and that 2. Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if this is 4, then it tells me the 2s go here and here, because if this is 4, I need a 6 down here. Okay, so the 4 here, I've now maybe sort of done this enough that now this sort of feels intuitive to me, which means something is bad about my brain. But so now this is a 6, and that does mean that there is a 2 there in box 6. So one of these digits is a 2 for whatever it is worth. I think it can be that one, actually. Right. And then as soon as that's a 6, we can place the 4 down here, wherever it's allowed to go, wherever that cell places it. So that's a 4, a 2, and a 5, which places that 4. So C is 1, 3, or 9 now. Oh, this is a 1, actually. And that being a 1 places a 6 here, I believe, which makes this a 3, 4 cage. Makes that an 8 or a 9. We can get rid of the corner marked 4s now, if I did that right. And now that cell is an A. That's not a 5. 6 in column 7 is quite restricted. There's only 2 spots for 6 in column 7, I notice. Oh, why did I delete 1 from row 1, column 3? Because I hit the wrong button. I meant to delete 4 from it. Oh, in box 3, the 6 goes there. And so the 6 is in one of these cells. Let's see. This is not 4, 7, or 5, 6, or 2, 9. So this is 3, 8. I don't think I know the order yet. So these are 1, 9, I believe. A box 8 also has a 6, I am being told. Oh, right, because there's a 6 coming down from there. And it can't go there because there'd be a 4 above it, so that's a 6. And then into box 7, we know that the 6 is in one of these 2 cells. I don't think I see why 6, 4 here is broken. Oh, I do, because of that same 4. Right, it's that 4. Right, so that can't be a 6 because of the 4 there. Funnily enough, that wasn't the reason why I said there couldn't be a 4 in row 7, column 6. But if it had been, then it would have worked. Yeah, I saw a different 4 when I was looking at that cell. So yeah, so that can't be that. So that is a 6. So now this is 1, 7, or 3, 5. So this is always a 5 or a 7 now, right? Because whether this is 1, 7, or 3, 5, whichever of them it is, this digit always ends up being the 5, 7 for this box. So I think this is always now 5 or 7. And so we have this digit in box 6, which is a 3 or 8, is the same as either that digit in box 5 or that digit in box 7. So one of these 2 is a 3 or 8. And it's the same 3-8 as that 3-8 for what it's worth, but I don't think we know exactly what it is. Oh, right. I was going to get rid of the yellow, and then I didn't get rid of the yellow. You have either a 1-8-9 cage or a 2-8-10 cage. I know that one of these two cells is a 2. Do I know the 2 in this row is in box 5 and not in box 4? Row 7. Saying one of these two is a 2. Oh, no, never mind. 3 in box 2, Egbert points out. Can't go in the row with a 3-4, and can't go here in the 9 cage because of that. So the 3 is vertical. I guess this 9 cage I can just write out what the possibilities are, actually. Because this 9 cage can't be 4-5 or 3-6, so it's either 2-7 or 1-8. It's not 7, so that's not 2. Right, and the 3 there that Egbert gave us vertically means that's not a 7 because it would make that a 3. Yeah, this is a 3-5-8 triple. Someone in chat pointed out, and that's not a 3 anymore, is what we've said. I guess I could fill in this quad. It's not like I'm doing anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not 7. That's not 4. That one's certainly not 9. Given that it's in a 9 cage. Let's see. So this is 1, 3, or 9 for what it is worth. This has more options. I don't think anything is interesting here. Right. This is not 7 because we just eliminated it because of our corner marks, right? Our corner marks already tell us that. So we've got something like either this is a 3 or this is a 2. Yeah, keeping the sync between the center marks and the corner marks is not one of my strengths. I guess I should write in all the possibilities for this cell. It's not 2, 4, 5, 6, or 7. It's not 1 because if it's 1, the cell it's referring to is in the same column as that cell, so that doesn't work. So this cell is the same as that cell. Well, it's not 2, right? Oh, no, maybe I don't. No, I know it's not 2, right? 9 wouldn't work because it's saying this cell, that cell is the same as one of these three, but not that one for sure. So that's not a 9. It's only a 3 or an 8. Let's see. Okay, so that cell. If it's 3, then all of these cells are 3. Is there something wrong with all of these cells being 3? Uh, yes, C. Okay, C is always 3. Right. 3. C is always 3 because it's either the overlap of these two or the overlap of. Sorry, it's either the overlap of these two or the overlap of these two, and both of these pairs only overlap in 3, which means this is always a 3, even though I don't know whether this is 3 or 8. I believe. Let's see. Oh, that's smart. So AFK points out that in column 3, this cell can't be 4 or 6. So there's only 3 spots for 4 and 6. So therefore, this is a 4-6 pair. And so that's a 6, that's a 4, and that's a 2, which seems to be a good thing. And this is now a 1 or a 9. So that's certainly also a 1, 9. So that's not a 9 anymore. I guess we now know by uniqueness these aren't a 1, 9, probably. Okay. So this isn't 3, 5, or 2, 6. So this is now 1, 7. So that's 1 and that's 7, which places the 7 there as we know. And now we seem to have placed the 5 in this box here. There's a 5-8 pair in this column, so these are a quad that I should probably fill in, because they are not 1 or 9, and they are not 5 or 8, which means this is a naked single 3. So that's a 3, and that's a 7. So now that's not a 7, which now makes this cage a 1-8 cage, and that's a 2. This is the last 1-8-9 for the box. So this is now a naked single, and it's a 2. It's a 2. It's not a 2. The 1-8 cage looks down. Thank you, D-Web. So this being a 1-8 means that can't be a 1. So that is a 7 and a 2. So we're disambiguating these cages with one of the indexing thingies. This can't be a 5 anymore, because that can't be a 9. So this has to be an 8, and that's a 9. 4, 5, 1, 8, 3. At least that being a 3 was the bad option. So those aren't 5. But I do think we're getting close, at least. 1 in row 1 now certainly goes there. So that's a 1 and a 9 and a 1 and a 9. Let's see. Okay, so we can fill in all of that. So that is a 5, 9, 8, 9. I don't think we do know A yet. Let's see. Okay, so this cell seems to be a naked single 8. 7, 5, 3. 6, 4, 6, 9. Seems to be all good stuff. 1, 5, 8 means that's a 9. 3, 8 means that's a 1, which makes that a 5, which makes that an 8 and a 1, a 5 and a 3, and an 8 and a 3, and a 5. Okay, and so now that cell in box 7 is the same as that cell in box 6. So in particular, it is a 3. So this is 3, 8, 4, 8, 3, 4. It is done. To be clear, I don't think this is a bad index puzzle. I assume this is the kind of thing that people who like index puzzles like, but oh boy. Alrighty. I am going to take a break. I mean, Isabella is the ruler of index puzzles, and Isabella liked it, so it clearly delivered on the indexing thing for the people who like the indexing juice. So anyway, we'll be back with another puzzle. I'll be right back in a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have a Florian Sudoku pencil puzzle hybrid. So let's have a look. So one of the pieces is a yin-yang puzzle. So that is the shade some cells so that all shaded cells are orthogonally connected and all unshaded cells are orthogonally connected, and no 2x2 areas entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. So just to help you imagine what that might look like, I can't use that gray. It's going to be purple and yellow. So we'll have the entire grid sort of colored in purple and yellow. And there are some quite strong rules dictating how the purple and yellow work. So the purples all need to connect to each other orthogonally. The yellows all need to connect to each other orthogonally. And you can't have any 2x2s, so like that can't be yellow. And the connectedness requirement there sort of forces basically the geometry can't be too interesting. Basically. Is what this sort of forces. So we'll talk about some of the consequences of that. The circles act as minesweeper clues. Cells containing a circle are always unshaded, and their value is the number of shaded cells in the surrounding 3x3. So we're going to, I think, make yellow unshaded. Like that. I.e. the up to 8 cells that touch it orthogonally. I really like the up to 8 is a very helpful phrase when expressing this rule. Each gray line satisfies one of the following. So we have sort of the 3 sorts of like line with circles on both ends rules. Each of them is one of them. So it's at least one, so it could be more than one. So it could be a between line where all of the digits or all of the digits on the line are strictly between the 2 circles. So the 2 circles sort of bound the digits on the line. A double arrow where the sum of the digits on the line is the same as the sum of the digits in the circles. Or a parity bridge, which is an interesting one where one of the circles is even and one of the circles is odd. And the even digit counts the even digits and the odd digit counts the odd digits. So in other words, in a parity bridge, the sum of the 2 circles is always the length of the line. Okay, so the stuff that's mooshed in corners we know can't be anything but 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and this one certainly, sorry, neither of them can be 3. Because if they were 3... then that would be it for yellow cells in the grid because of the connectedness part. Just to show you, if one of these is a 3, that means all of these are purple. And now, spoiler, the yellows don't all connect to the yellows. So these are, in fact, actually a 1-2 pair. And so this isn't a 5 either. This is now only 3 or 4. So now we can ask ourselves, what can this be? And as Emma says, it can only be a parity bridge, because it certainly can't be a between line because there aren't enough digits between 1 and 4 to fill this line. And it can't be a double arrow because the minimum sum of these digits is something in the teens, because the minimum it could be is 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever that is. That is a huge number. Yeah, so certainly that's not true. So therefore this must be a parity bridge, which I think traditionally those are red. So we will red the line for that. And now this can't be a 4, because if this were a 4, it would say this was a 1. And that would be a problem because it would be saying that all the even digits were on the line, except that this would be a 2 because of the 1 there. So this can't be a 4. Actually, it's a 3 and a 2. And we can bring in Zach for the 3 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 1, and now this can only be a double arrow. Because I can't put a 2, which would be the between line. I'm going to make double arrows pink, I suppose. So that's going to be a 4. Now, I know this cell is assuredly purple, because if this cell is not purple, then these two are purple, and that disconnects the purples. Or disconnects the yellow from the purple. So this cell is always purpleable. Likewise, if either of these cells is purple, it's a problem immediately, because if either of these is purple, then the problem is that it's not that one. This one, though, if this one's purple, then all these are yellow, and now the purples are disconnected. So that one can't be purple at the very least. I don't know about that one. I know one of these two is purple. Let's see. I like, by the way, that the alternate suggestion of to why this couldn't be 4, which is that if it were 4, I would need to put 4 even digits along the line, but there aren't 4 even digits that don't include 4. That was a clever, different way to see it. That was not the way that I saw it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. One of these cells has to be purple. Is the point, because I can't wrap yellow around here, or it creates a 2x2. And the key thing to know, so that it's weird because yin yang in a weird way has 2 rules, but it really has 4. And you kind of have to know all 4 of them, even though the other 2 are sort of consequences. The yellows around the border have to all connect to each other. Because if the yellows don't connect around the border, then you've got some yellow, some purple, some yellow, and then some purple. Except you then have the problem that you have to connect the purple to the purple and the yellow to the yellow, and you can't do both because both of them are sort of connecting through the middle. So the point is there's definitely a purple in here somewhere. And therefore, my break is between these 2 yellows. There's a break. And so there can't be any purple anywhere in the rest of these cells. And that's sort of the key to a lot of yin-yang puzzles, is that step. And that gives me a lot of 2x2s that I can fill in. That one as well. And also, so by 2x2s I can fill in, I mean, I'm not allowed to have a 2x2 of yellow. But also now this purple has to connect out. So I get to purplage there. And now this is 3, 4, 5. Because that's the most that it could be. This is also 3, 4, 5, because that's the most that it could be. This 3 needs 3 purples, and those are the only 3 purples that it could have. This is not a 1, so it can only be a 2 or a 3. Using, just to be clear, using the words, using the counting thing. If this is 1, 3, it can be nothing, right? I don't think there's any kind of line that a 1, 3 can be. And so if there's no line a 1, 3 can be, it's got to be a 1, 2. It's certainly a 1, 3 can't be a between line because I'd have to put 3 2s on it. And I certainly can't make these digits sum to 4 if I mean, just ever. So this is a 1, 2, and it's a parity bridge again. Now I did see DWeb while I was explaining that point out that this cell is purple. And now I know, because I needed a purple down here, I know all of these are purple, per DWeb's suggestion. I mentioned there were 2 secret rules in yin-yang. This is the other secret rule, is that you can't have a checkerboard. Because a checkerboard pattern has exactly the same problem, that you need to connect the opposite corners, but if you connect one pair of opposite corners, you can't connect the other pair of opposite corners. And so that is also always going to be yellow. And so now this is countable and it's a 3. And so we have all of that. Oh, I could have colored this line, actually, that this is definitely a parity bridge for what it's worth. So we have all of that. This is 2, 3, 4, or 5. It's not 4. Sorry, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I meant to start at 2, and I did not then start at 2. At least one of these two is yellow, for whatever that is worth. This purple gets out. That is a good point from Emma. I missed that somehow. So this is certainly not a 2 because that purple has to escape. Let's see. Sayori thinks this has to be a parity line, which sounds very reasonable. Because if this were a between line with a 3 at the end, I would have to fill all of these cells with numbers between 4 and 8, and there aren't enough numbers between 4 and 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's only 5 numbers. That is not enough numbers. So this can't be a between line, and these numbers sum to a minimum of 21 plus 3 more. It's certainly not a double arrow, so it certainly is a parity bridge. I agree, and that means we know what this number is, because the length of the parity bridge is 9, so this has to be a 6. Because, again, the sum of the sides of a parity bridge is always the length of the line. Okay, so there are 3 odds along this line and 6 evens. Well, I guess we could have 3 evens and 3 evens, or we could have 4 evens and 2 evens. I suppose is the options. Yeah, the 6 is a Minesweeper clue. The 6 is a Minesweeper clue, and I can't shade both of these. So I need to shade 6 of these 7 cells, but because shading both of these is forbidden, that automatically shades all of the rest of these. And now that means the 6 needs to connect this way, because the 6 needs to stay connected to the other yellows, and now that shades that, which then unshades that. This yellow needs to get out. And as soon as the yellow gets out, then I get to have this come over here. Yep, and so this number is 3 or 4 now. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Okay, this number can now only be 2. Because it could be 2 or 3 by shading, but there's a 3 in the column. So I'll fill in a 2 there. Okay, this is not 3 or 4. So this is nominally 5, 6, 7, or 8. But it's certainly not 8, because 8 would definitely result in a connectivity issue. Oh, and the 2, because it's a 2, it means this isn't shaded. Right. This sort of bounces back the other direction. The purple needs to connect. I need to avoid creating a checkerboard, so that's also purple. And now this can be counted. It's now a 5. So we've got all of that. There's a 2 by 2 risk there, which then creates a 2 by 2 risk there, which now creates a checkerboard risk there, which creates a 2 by 2 risk there. And we get to fill in all of that stuff. Okay. So this would be 3, 4, 5 if this was a between line. Oh, and it can't be, because if this is a between line, it would be 3, 4, 5 and would break that cell. So it's not that. It's not a between line. It's not a parity bridge. It is a double arrow, which we made pink. So this line is now pink. And this is now summing to 8, and it's not 1, 3, 4, so it's 1, 2, 5, which now by Sudoku places a 2 here. So we've got at least that much. There's a 2 in one of those 2 cells, I suppose. And so now Sayori points out, now there's nothing that this can be a 4, or no way this is a 4. Because if this is a 4, it's certainly not a parity line, because the line's not 10 long, and also 6 and 4 are both even, and you're not allowed to do that in a parity bridge. So there are 2 alternate proofs that it's not a parity bridge. I could probably provide a third if required. And so if it's 6, 4, it can't be a double arrow, because then the sum would be 10. And 10 is not a Sudoku digit, so therefore it would have to be a between line, except 6, 4, the only thing that could go there would be 5, and there can't be a 5 there by Sudoku. So this is just never a 4. This is just always a 3. And we still don't know what kind of line it is, because it will either be a 4 or a 9. So we can have that. And so the corner can be colored. Right. Okay, so the parity bridge here is done. The parity bridge here is maybe interesting, but probably not yet. This digit is either a 7 if it's a double arrow, or a 4 if it is... oh, it's not 4 either. Sorry, this digit just is a 7. Because if this is a between line, this can only be 3 or 4, but by Sudoku, it can be neither, so it's a 7. Very nice, very slick setting this. So we definitely know there's a 6 on one of these sides. There's no way this can be a double arrow anymore. Because the minimum sum of these would be 2, 4, 5, which is 11, which is already bigger than this can be. So this line can't be a double arrow. Is there any way it's a between line? Maybe annoyingly, it can just get away with being a between line if these were to be... these would all have to be from 3, 4, 5, 6. So these would have to be a 4, 5, 6 triple. That would have to be a 3 or a 4, I suppose. All okay, I think. Yeah, this is a good spot. A few people in chat have identified this. It's not a double arrow. It's definitely not a parity bridge, so this is a between line. Which means this is a 3 or a 4, but it's only a 3 by Sudoku, so that cell is definitely a 3. Which means there's a 3 in one of those cells, not that one, of course. Let's see. So one of those two is also a 3. Okay, this 2 again means that one of these two is that. Yeah, I feel like this could easily get away with being a double arrow. Can it easily get away with being a between line? Not easily, but I think it can just get away with it. Let's see. Okay, this line that I have not really processed, it definitely can't be a between line, because there won't be anything between it, and it's definitely not a parity bridge. So this is definitely a double arrow as well. So these digits sum to one of those numbers. Let's see. Jay says if I am willing to do more complicated thinking about this line, I can verify that this line can't actually be a double arrow. So the minimum here would be 3, 3 is 6, 7. And so I would need to argue that these two... Okay, sorry. So I should do these two together, right? So those two are at least 5 together. And this is at least 3, so that's already at least 8. And 3. Okay, let's see. I might have to be more careful about this. Oh, this isn't at least 3. This digit's more than at least 3. Because there's a 3 in the row already. So this digit's at least 4, plus at least 5. So that's already at least 10, if I realize that there's a 3 there. So then these are at least 3, and that's already enough to mean that these aren't... Oh, I don't even... Why did I think I needed to break it being 12? I don't know why I was convinced 12 was the total I was going for. I broke 9 like an hour ago. Anyway, so it's not a double arrow. I don't know. In my head, I needed to break it being 5 plus 7 as a double arrow. I don't even know where my brain got that from. Anyway, so yeah, this super can't be a double arrow. And it can't be a parity bridge because it's 5 long. So it is a between line. Maybe I'm going to make my between lines a little less aggressive. Just because... that way I'll be able to see the digits on them just a little bit better. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. So this isn't 5 or 6. This isn't 3 or 5. This isn't 3. This isn't 3. So that gives me a 4, 5, 6 triple in this column, which does make that a 7 in order to make that work. Because I need to actually have a 6 in the column, and so that needs to work. Okay. So these 3 cells sum to 13. Something I have a hard time imagining is going to be useful in the near future, but who knows? I don't think this cell can be yellow. Yeah, this cell can't be yellow. This may be like a ridiculous thing to notice, but if this cell's yellow, it breaks. Because if this cell's yellow, then the purple has to get out, and it has to get out past a 2 clue and doesn't work. So this isn't yellow. So it's purple, which means that that's yellow, which means that that's purple. And now the no checkerboard means that's also purple. Yellow has to get out one way or another. Purple has to connect one way or another to make that work. I do know I need to shade all but one of these things. So that one's certainly purple as well, because the yellow needs... The one yellow I get needs to definitely connect things to the yellow. And so that's definitely yellow for what it's worth. this is now currently at least 4 and at most 5. So this cell is either a 4 or a 5. I can verify. Let's see. I might be able to repeat the trick. That is true. This is definitely not a between line or a parity line. So this is now definitely a double arrow. Once that becomes a 4 or a 5. And so what's the minimum sum of these? The minimum sum of these cells is 9, right? Isn't the minimum sum of these cells 3 plus 6? Yeah, it needs to be 3 plus 6. So 3 plus... Oh, no, 3 plus 6 isn't even enough. 3 plus 7 is the minimum. So 371 is the minimum. So these are 3, 7, and that is a 1 because that already adds to enough. So that worked out pretty quickly. So now that is a 5, and so that being a 5 does the shading, and now the avoiding a checkerboard does that shading. For what it is worth, this is now going to be at least 6. Can't be 8, remember? Right. That 3-7 pair has made that a 4. Is a good point that I should notice. Now, remember, these 3 cells summing to 13 now gets a little bit more interesting, because now at least the minimum they can sum to is 9, which is not fantastic, but what are you going to do? Can actually ask about the 9 in this box, because I can no longer put the 9 on this line because the 1 is gone. So the minimum, if I put a 9 on this, the minimum would be 9 plus 2 plus 3, which is 14, and these sum to 13. So the 9 on this line is actually up here in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. The 3 in box 9 is placed by sudoku. Emma points out. This is just a pair, and it might be... Oh, sorry, no, it's not a pair. It's a triple. It might be an interesting triple. Yes, because that is a naked 9. Uh-oh. Sorry, it's not... Oops. Sven missed 8s, because I haven't filled an 8 into the grid, unfortunately. But they are not 4, 5, or 6. For what it is worth. Oh, there's actually a 4-6 pair, Sayori points out. That seems like a good thing to notice. So that's a 5. DWeb claims this is only 6 or 8. Let's see. How do I know it's not 2? 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Seems to me like 2 is possible, but maybe I am missing something about the 2. 5 in box 3 is here. I agree. Let's see. We've only got a triple left in this row, and now I think Sven knows about all the digits. Yeah, so that one's not a 7 anymore. We have a funny thing here and a weird yin-yang thing. If this cell is purple, it makes this cell yellow by the 2x2 rule. If this cell is yellow, it makes this cell purple. Oh, sorry. If this cell's purple, it makes this cell yellow. If this cell's yellow, it also makes this cell yellow. So this cell's always yellow. is the point, because if this cell's purple, again, there's a 2x2 of purple that we need to avoid, and if this cell is yellow, then I need to avoid a checkerboard by making this yellow. So this cell's always yellow, which makes that cell purple, which makes that cell yellow, which makes that a 7. For what it is worth. So that's a 3 and that's a 7. This can't be a 5 anymore, because there just aren't enough. So it can only be a 4, making that a purple, making that a yellow. Yes. And the red is parity bridge, purple is double arrow, and this gray color is between line. This count is 7, so therefore that's purple. And therefore this is yellow to connect it. Thank you, Emma, for telling me to count. And so now we just have to do line stuff. So row 4, column 8 is a naked 6. That sounds exciting. So let's see. So, right. So there's no kind of line where this would be a 1, and no kind of line where this would be an 8. So it's either 6 or 9. Why is it not 9? 9 points. Right, because there's a 9 pointing over here. Really smart. Okay, so right. So once we write it out, this is a 6, which does make this a between line. Very good spot. And so that makes that a 4 and that a 6. To make all of that work. That is not a 6. Oh, there's only one odd digit along this line, and we know it's a 5. So we know this digit's even, and it's not a 2, 4, or 6. So this is actually a naked 8, if we remember that the parity bridge clue is there, which I definitely did not. There we go. And the other digit here is also even. So the other digit here is a 6. Because of the options. Oops. I meant to hit that one. So this is a 4, and that's a 7. Sorry, 4 and 7. This is 1 or 9, just to finish the box. This is certainly 2, 8, or 9. I don't know which one yet. This is 1 or 8, I believe, by the box. That 4 actually has made that a 9. I'll fill that in and mark that this is a double arrow. This is a 1 or 8. Okay. This is a naked single, because the 1, 2, and 5 are gone. So actually, that is an 8 and a 1. Thank you, Sayori. So that is an 8 and a 1. That is a 9 and a 1, which makes that a 9. Okay, so chat has done all the possible ways to make 11 and claims that none of them work. So this can't be 5, 6. It can't be 4, 7. So if this is a sum to 11, it would be 3, 8, or 2, 9. I don't actually see why those don't work. Oh, but it has to be. It has to be, because it can't be a between line. Because if it was a between line, these would have to be both from 5, 6, which is a problem because that one can't be 5 or 6. So this does have to actually be a double arrow, and it is one of those two things. So it is either a 9 with a 2 or a 3 with an 8, and I think those are that's the only options and the only orders, which creates a weird 2-8 pair in the world over there. Let's fill in everything on the bottom down here. So those are not 5s. Those are from 6, 8, 9. The 2 and the 8 are here, but that's not super interesting. Okay, so there's at most 4 even digits. Okay, so we can do it with this line now. So the point is, there's at most 4 even digits here. because that's the many there are. So there's at least 2 even digits here, but there's in fact at most 2 even digits here because of this 2-8 pair. So the 4 and the 6 are here, which makes that 5. Oh, I think the 2-9 line could be the other way. I think you're right. It still makes that a 5 and a 6. We do know all of these are even now because of the fact that, again, we know that we only have... wait, where did my... Did I... Oh, right, sorry. Right, my screwing up this line then screwed up that logic because this being a 2-8 was what I used, right? So so this could be a 9 and that be a 2. Okay, well, that's really unfortunate because that was all going to be very cool. Oh, the 2 needs to be in this sum, right? So the so if there's no 2 in this sum, then the minimum would be 3, 4, 6. Now, 3, 4, 6 is okay, right? 3, 4, 6 is 13. Oh, but that cell is a 3 or a 6. That breaks that cell. Got it. Okay, so this if there's no 2, it sums to too much. So there is a 2, which means that's not a 2 and that's not an 8, which unfortunately actually puts it the wrong direction. Okay, there is an 8 along this line, is being pointed out by Sudoku. And if there is an 8 and a 2, and the sum is 13, these are actually 2, 8, 3, which now actually makes that a 9 and that a 2. Got rid of 8 instead of 9. Took out 8, not 9. From what? Oh, up here? So I removed 2 from here. So I was supposed to remove 9 from here, and I removed 8 instead. In any event, there's both a 2 and an 8 on here, so this is 2, 3, 8. It's not a 3, not a 2, not an 8. And so that makes that a 9, and that a 2, and that an 8, and that a 2, and that a 3, 1, 6, 8, 2. And now all the logic that I did before can be recovered. Because now I can only put 2 evens here, so I need 4 evens here. So I need my 4 and 6 here. So that makes that a 5 and that a 6. I need all of these to be odd, so I can say that has to be 7 and 9. And this is 3 or 5. I can paint the world with pencil marks. I probably can ask Mark to tell me what that is. Mark says that's a 4. I always believe Mark. 1, 2. So we can put in the rest of our pencil marks here. 3 there, 5 there, 7 there, 5 there, 8 there, 3 there, 1, 7. All go in. That is a 9 and an 8 and a 6 and a 9 and a 4 and a 1 and a 6, 5 and a 4, 4, 7, 5, 8 and 9. Very nice. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Yeah, the use of the parity bridges actually was very cute because the parity bridge over here was really powerful, and then the parity bridge over here was really powerful. Would have been even more powerful if you would have believed my incorrect claim about the thing. But yeah, very nice puzzle. I really enjoyed that. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, puzzle people. Hey, Alima and Ambrose. Welcome back to everyone who has been here. We have a big grid with arrows puzzle from Math Pesto. Math Pesto somehow posted all of these pencil puzzle things that I have been loving, and I didn't notice it at first. So I've been going back and doing these. Unfortunately, I'm running out of cool pencil puzzles to do, I think. And on LMD and scraped a bunch of them that I did not have and was very excited. And unfortunately, we are nearing the end, I think. So this is a double polyomino. So we need to divide the grid into polyominoes so that each cell contains a number equal to its polyomino's size. And then each polyomino is orthogonally connected to exactly one other polynomial of its same size. The pairs have to be the same shape, although one can be rotated or reflected. So apparently there's no polyomino rule about cells. Let me just double check the LMD page that there's no rule about things sharing the same size. Let's see. It doesn't look like it. So we can have, so of course the 5 has, if there's a 5, it has to go next to a 5 of the same shape. But it looks to me like I can have 2 pairs of 5s that are next to each other. I don't see a rule anywhere on any page that suggests otherwise. So I think we have to sort of turn off the part of our brain that looks for not repeating things on ominoes. And so, oh, I see. It snuck there. Right. Okay. Yes. So that sentence, that is a very carefully worded sentence. D-Web is right. So the needs to be adjacent to exactly one omino of the same size. And then the rest of it. And that is an end. That's a period there that's doing a lot of heavy lifting, because it's not that it's adjacent to exactly one of the same size that meets this requirement. It's exactly one of the same size, and that one of the same size meets this requirement. Okay, that is a very concise thing. And then arrows count the total number of polyominoes in all those directions. So shameominoes come in pairs, which is interesting. So actually both 1, 1 and 2, 2 are pretty interesting here. I mean, I guess this just is a 1, right? This is just a given 1. And we get a 1 dance. I think this is a given 1. Boop-a-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Doop-a-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I feel like if I was going to have given digits in my puzzle anyway, I would have made this a given 1 instead of an arrow. I guess this is also a 1, funnily enough. And so they don't touch for sure, because if they did, that would be too many 1s. So this is also a 1 over here. Yep, so this is a double shameomino. So we've got that kind of shame and that kind of shame. Like that. And then we've got that one as well. For what it is worth. Okay, so that means this is also a 1. Because the point is, now this is not a shameomino, so these two are the same, but because of the rules about how arrows count, you only count this as a 1 as well. I am inferring from this that Math Pesto had a hard time making this puzzle get started, because it was hard to make any deductions at all about anything. So there's at least 1 omino there. But now this now has to be a 2 because it can't be a 1. And so that's a 2, which now means that this now needs to end. And so these are both 2s, and that's a 2. And so here are my orange and yellow 2 that touch. Because of that. So this is a 4 or a 5 now. just looking at that. This is a 2, just because that's what it counts, so it's a 2. And the 2 can't go down by the rules, so this digit is not a 2, so it's at least a 3. I don't think this can possibly be a 2, right? Let's see. Right. If this were a 2, it would not be. I don't have to have an arrow or a border on the arrows or anything like that. But if this were a 2, it sees its own omino in this direction, I believe. Right. It would see its own omino is, I think, how we're supposed to interpret this. So this can't be a 2. So actually, that's the 2. And we actually know what this 2 omino looks like. And this also is at least a 3. In fact, this just is, we can just count it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? This number, I think this number just is a 5. If I have counted correctly, someone can verify. I think it's a 5. We know this one isn't a 2 because we've already argued it's not a 2. So that means this is a 2 and is orange, therefore. That certainly can't be the other 2 because then I break the bejesus out of this. Okay, so either that's a 2 or that's a 2. I don't think I instantly see which of those things is a 2. Row 5, column 12 is 3 now, right? So this number is a 3. I agree. Let's see, 3. This could be a 5 and probably is. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. OBS seems to have dropped for a second, but it's back. Hopefully everyone is still here. Okay, excellent. I don't know why occasionally OBS drops. Yeah, it suddenly was giving me a very ugly sign that we don't hope to see. But then we have succeeded. Okay. So this is seeing 3, 4. So this is 5 or 6, I believe. Is 6 even too many? Is it always 5? Yeah, I think it's always 5 because this is either part of the 2 or it's a new thing. But if it's a new thing, then because it can't be a 1 or a 2, all of these are the same. I guess the point is these 2 are always in the same omino. Maybe I should mark that, right? Because whatever this is, it's at least a 3 because it touches a 2. And so it always grows there. And so once I mark that, then I can see that this is always a 5. Right. And now these have to be part of the 5 because otherwise how on earth am I pairing them with something? And the answer is I am not. So those are all 5s. So that's not a 5. That, in fact, is a 2 now. Because these are all... In fact, I should probably mark these are all part of the same 5. So this now is countable. It's a 2. So that's a 2, and that's a 2. This can be the orange one. This can be the yellow one. There we go. We'll do that over there. Yeah, the 5's definitely going to be green. But I don't quite know exactly what the 5 looks like yet. That did force the 2 over this way. Okay, and so now once that 2 is forced over there, I know this is one of my 5s. So we can do that for the 5. So this is one of the ominoes. Now this is a 4, points out AFK, because AFK can count, which is 3 goes to there. And now the 5 goes here, and so the 5 is a V, remember. So the 5, I guess, is either going to look like this or like that, or maybe like that. I guess there's a few options. Oh, this number is a 5. That's helpful to know. But it's not that 5. Is it forced? I guess the 5 can't go left, because if the 5 goes left, it's counting incorrectly. So the 5 can't take this arrow. So if the 5 can't take this arrow, then it certainly has to go down. Like that. But now the 5 can't go that way, so the 5 has to go that way. And we can do that. We can 5 the 5, so that's a 3, and that's a 3. Let's see. This can be red. There. Okay. Oh, the 5 count needs to be correct. That's a good point. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this needs to also be the 5. So these are part of the same 5, which means that's also certainly part of the 5, in order to possibly make that work. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a 4 or a 5, but it can't be a 4. Sorry, but it can't be a 5, so it is a 4. Is the point from chat, from AFK. Yeah, the 3 partner has a few options, I think. If the 5 doesn't take that cell, it's an... If the 5 doesn't take this cell, it's an L, and then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be correct, unfortunately. If the 5 does take that cell, then it's a P, in some description. Oh, the 4 actually forces this to be part of the 5, right? Emma points out. So this just is a 5 regardless, because of the 4 needing to see 4. All right, so all of those are part of the 5. And so I guess I know these 2 are part of the same, so that tells me that all of these are in fact part of the same omino. So now this has to be a 3, because the 3 still needs its friend. Hey, Paulfly, how are you doing? this is now assuredly a 4. This is now assuredly a 5. So I think that means that the 4 has to come back there, because the 4 can't finish without coming back there. Even if this 3 finishes down here, that 3, this is still a 3, so this is still a 4. It's an interesting mess that we have found ourselves in with these 3s and 4s and everything. Oh, this 5 can't go right because it would touch another 5. So the 5 actually comes backwards. Okay, the 4 always at least takes that cell because the 3 can't. There's no sort of way that the 3 works that way, so that is a 4. Let's see. Oh, it could be a double 1. You're right. It could be a double 1. Sorry, I missed the double 1 possibility. Yeah, that's certainly still a 3, regardless of exactly what the 3 shape is. So that's still a 4. So that lets me finish the 2 like that. Muted my mic to sneeze, and then it took me a lot longer time to sneeze than I thought it was going to. So this 5 grows out. The 3 still needs to keep growing. Okay, and so as soon as the 3 now has to take this cell, now we've forced that the 3s are a T. Because we can't anymore do the two little whatchamacallums. Okay, so that one is red, and that one is beige, which makes this a 4. This has become a 4 as well, speaking of things that are 4. Things that are 4 is a topic that we all often think about. So that is a 4, and that is also a 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There's only 2 more ominoes over here for what it is worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the 5 can't come here because if it was, it would make that a 5. Oh, no, that's okay. Sorry, that's okay because it could be a 5 next to a 5. Oh, wait, this is just always a 5. It doesn't matter. This is unconditionally a 5 because there's always something here. Row 8, column 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, this is just a 7. I agree. This is assuredly not a 7, so I can put a bar below it. Let's see. This is only 5 or 6 has been claimed because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's just a question of whether this is part of it or not, which means this cell's also 5 or 6. Because in the 5 world, this is part of the 5s, and in the 6 world, this is also part of the 5s. Wait, could this be a 6? Sorry, maybe this could be a 6. Sorry, in the 5 world... Yeah, if this is a 5, that's definitely that. I think it can be part of the 6. Yeah, I think it can be 6. Okay, this is Funnily enough, this can't be 3. Because if this is 3... Wait, if this is 3, then those would both be 4. Sorry, maybe this can be 3. I think this can be 3, 4, or 5. I'm just going to write 3, 4, 5 in it. Yeah, this is something of unknown origin. Let's see, I'll go ahead and write 1, 2 there, 1, 2, 3 there, 1, 2, 3 here, 1, 2, 3 here, 1, 2 here, just to get a sense of these. This is, well, it's not 1, so this is 2, 3, or 4 at most. This is 1, 2, or 3 at most. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, or 4 at most. Uh-oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple. We have a problem. Let's see, David points out row 9, column 12 is at most 4. That's true. And it can't be a 1 because not everything can possibly be part of the same 5. I don't really think it can be a 2, but I don't know that I want to prove that it can't be a 2. But that is helpful in noting that if I think that is enough to tell me that this can't be a 6, because they would sort of both have to make it out of this little thing, because sort of this whole mess of little numbers traps big numbers, and big numbers here just means 5 or more. So if I make these a 6, then neither the 5 nor the 6 has enough room to finish, and so both of them would have to come out here. That doesn't work. So I think these are always both 5s. I don't quite know exactly what the 5s look like yet. I mean, I know it's a P, but I don't know. I don't know if this is a P or not. Like this could be a P, presumably. Yes, this is always part of the second P, I think. What about this square? Is this square always part of the P? Yes. Because the only way this would not be part of the P, or sorry, the only way this would not be, oh no, maybe it could be 3. I bet this could be 3. It's like the 5s could maybe look like that. I don't know. Oh, this 5 is going to do it. Because this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that tells me that this is the P. Okay, thank you for that point. There we go. Okay, so this is our next 5. Which could look like a lot of things, I think. Yeah, this is certainly not anything but 3 or 5. I agree with that. I can mark that just for in case it helps sudoku-logically later. Right, this 5 needs a 2x2, and there's only one 2x2 available. That is a good point, even though it sort of could grab any one of these last places. But we know that the 5 at least is going to do that. this now can't be 2, right? Because the in order for this to be 2, those would both have to be part of the P. So this now can't be 2. It's 4 exactly if that's a 5, for what it's worth. Interestingly, if this is a 3, then we chop off the thing. So if this is a 3, then none of that is part of the 5, and so that becomes a 5. And now the 3 things are the 2 P's in that cell. I think 3 works, right, for this cell. I think in the instance where this is a 3, I think it's a 5. It sees the 5 in that thing. Okay. This one definitely, though, can't be 3 because it sees 1, 2, and there's no way this is only 1 omino because the numbers are too small. So that means that this is definitely a 5. And if that's a 5, then we know what the 5 looks like. Oops, not like that. Sorry, 5. And then we can give it its color. There we go. And so now that means this actually is a 3 because we know what it sees. And so then we can give the 3s their color. There we go. Oops. Can randomly throw a circle down and some X's just for fun. Okay, now this is countable. It is 1, 2, 3. It is a 3. And because it touches a 3, that actually forces it to go in one of these directions. And not that direction. Yeah, this is just a something. I mean, this is assuredly a 1, 2, or 3, just because of where it is. This certainly can't be 2 anymore because that and that can't be in the same omino. So this is at least 3, actually. I am now confident in saying. Let's see. If this is a 4, it gets very sticky. I'm trying to decide how quickly it breaks if I make this a 4. Because it would make all of these, all of these different. So put a vertical bar there. I don't think it works, but it's possible there's some weird thing I am picturing. Let's see. Jay's looking at row 12, column 4. Or row 14, column 12. Can either of them be 1? Oh. Row 14, column, sorry. Either of these be 1. Yeah, if one of them is 1, it says the other 2 are in the same omino. Which seems okay. Oh, which would make it at least 3. Right. That makes sense. Right. So if this is a 1, it means these two are in the same thing, except the number is only a 1 or a 2, which doesn't work. So in fact, always these are both 2. That is very cute. Uh, uh, because 3 can't touch 3, and this 3 is already done, Sayori. Uh, uh, okay, well, now this is assuredly not a 1. Because this 2 omino can't occupy all 3 of these spaces. This can't be a 1 anymore either, for the funny reason that if this is a 1, then it forces these two to not be 1s. So this is, in fact, always a 2, which actually forces that that's a 2 when we finished a domino. This domino, the first one is orange. And then the second one is yellow, so that can't be a 1 anymore. And it can't be a 3 either, actually. So that forces, that, which is yellow. Okay, so now this isn't a 2, it's a 3. So we've got that. Let's see. The only way, funnily enough, the only way for this to be a 3 is for this to be a 2 domino, but that 2 domino breaks this 3. So, funnily enough, this being a 3 breaks... Oh, no, sorry, that's a lie. Sorry, that's a lie. Because this 3 would be part of that 3. Never mind. I just miscounted badly. Well, this certainly isn't a 1 anymore. I'm willing to say that. Oh, this can't be a 1 anymore because this is pointing at a 2. The 2 can't do both of those. So that's definitely a 2. Right. We can draw in this border because of the 3. That is a very fair point. Row 11, column 13 is done. Right. So now this number, we look at it and see that it has a number, which is a 2, which means that now the split has happened. So that is part of the 3. And this is something else. So this can only be a 1, 2, or 3 now. This can only actually be a 1 or a 3. Likewise, this can only be a 1, 2, or 3 for sure. Could probably get away with being a 2. So funnily enough, if this is a 4, it isn't a 4. Because now that we finally blocked stuff off, if this is a 4, it comes down, but now the 4... Oh, never mind. Sorry, that's not true. Sorry, the 4 would still see 4 things, because it would see itself. Never mind. It still probably breaks if this is a 4, because if it's a 4, it forces all of those. But that definitely breaks this arrow. So if this is a 4, the 4 is now forced to look like that. But now this sees... 1, 2, 3. Oh, the 3 just doesn't have access to, yeah, if this is a 4, it forces those to all be 4s, and now the 3 only has 5 cells to finish in. So that doesn't work. So that is a 3. Okay, so this 3 omino needs to have 6 total cells. For what it's worth. So row 12, column 11 is 2. I don't know that these are in the same omino. For example, it could be that my 3 ominos are those, and then this would still be a 3. This 3 though does force this 2 up. It forces those to be the same omino. So this is my orange. Okay, so now I can't fit 2s in. Oh no, sorry, I could fit 2s in there. Or 3s, actually. I think I can do either. This can't be a 1 anymore, though. This digit's always a 3. Because if that were a 1, then that would be a 1 below it, and then what on earth is this? Nothing. So this is now a 3. Okay, this definitely isn't a 1 anymore, Emma points out. And it's not a 2 either. So this is only a 3 or a 4. Let's see. This cell is a 1, 2. Yeah, weirdly, like, if I look at these cells, I know those are different. And I know that this is at least 2 different 3s. In fact, I know this is exactly 2 different 3s. I think I can actually just write this digit in, can't I? I think this digit is a 5. Because these 3 3s, they're not all the same, but there can't be 3 of them, or that would break the rules. So that's 2 3s, a 2, a 5, and a 2. So I think that makes that exactly 5, if I counted that correctly, which is quite interesting because it forces all of the butt stuff out. There we go. And now this 3, 4 has to come out, so it's there. So then the 5 is there. So we get that, making this the green. The 2 here does that. I don't think I can count this, can I? I don't think I can count this. Unless maybe I can do some parity math and decide... I don't think this can be a 3 anymore. This now can't be a 3 because if this is a 3, I now have a contiguous constellation of... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, that's the right number of 3s, not the wrong number of 3s. Oh, but I know where this 2 finishes now. This 2 has to finish over here. That's a good thing to notice. And so now my 3 constellation is forced. So there's my 3 constellation. I finished this one first, so it gets to be red. This one gets to be the flesh color. People don't like it when I call it the flesh flavor. Okay, so now this is a 3. Like that. This is like a 14 or something. It's just a 4. But hey, we'll do it. Oh, this is now a 3, because I can just count it. Okay. This is 3 or 4, I suppose I can mark. Well, the flesh 3 is done. Row 11, column 9 is 3. No, I don't think so. Or 5. It is fun, Jays. I am enjoying this. The Math Pesto has been putting out a bunch of bangers lately in the pencil puzzle hybridish genre. I can mark that this is a 1 or a 2. Row 13, column 8 is 5. Right. This 5 doesn't have a buddy. So that's definitely a 5, which forces up the 3, which forces up the 2. Good spot. So this is red. I have put a random X here. This 2 is done, and so it is orange. And then we know that this is a 2. We don't know where the other 2 is yet. I think I know this isn't a 2. This is a 3 or a 4. But I don't think I know which one yet. This is a 3, though, for sure. So it's not part of the 5. So the 5 definitely expands that way. And so it's either going to be that or that or that. Well, it's not that one. This 3 continues over down here. Is 5 here too small? I know it could have the 9, right? It could be part of the 9. If the 9 grabs everything, then I think the rest of it is fine. The 3, 4 needs a recount, I am told. Okay, so it's currently 1, 2. Isn't it actually? Is it actually a 5? Uh-oh. I think my 3, 4 is actually a 5. Oops. Hopefully that didn't break anything. No, the 5s are the same. Oh, right. Sorry. Right. Sorry. It is a 4 because that 5 is the same as that 5. Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, good. And we knew that when we wrote the 3, 4 in it, but then we forgot. And by we, I mean me. So this 3 continues over here. And now because it has to preserve the shape, the 3 can't continue in this direction. So the 3 is actually, the flesh 3 is done. So we have that going on there. And now the 5 has to come out like this. And it certainly can't come down here. My 3 omino is like a bunch of cells short. So my 5 comes out like this. And we can give it its color. And now that's a 3, and that's a 3, and now that's a 3, and that's a 3, actually, because of the shape requirement. And this one was red. That one is flesh. This is now a 2, by the way. We can have counted. This is now countable, so it sees 1, 2, 3, 4. This is now a 4 for the triple arrow. Double arrow's bigger brother, I suppose. Let's see. Do I know where this 2 goes? One of those 3 spots, I suppose. I know this can't be larger than 4. This is a 1, 2, or 3. I'll go ahead and mark just for fun. This is 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is 1 or 2. I somehow inexplicably have it marked. This 7 is getting kind of bunched in terms of how the 7 is going to get out. Because the 7 is going to have to take one of these 2 cells. Do I know that this can't possibly be a 7? I don't think I know that this can't possibly be a 7. Oh, yeah. That certainly has to be a 7. I definitely agree with Jim there, because if that's not a 7, then I have to fit 2 7s in 8 cells, which seems bad. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this actually is a 7, regardless of whether it's a 7 or not, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think whether this is a 7 or not, this is a 7, funnily enough. Oh, I even posted the link, but I didn't actually pin the link. This is why Tristan is the best. So row 8, column 9. Oh, right. So you're saying I can do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right. But this is going to be 7 regardless. Let's see. Sayori believes this has to be a 4. Because if this isn't a 4, then the 4 is forced to do this. And now 4 is officially too small for this cell. Because this cell now already sees 5 things. So this has to be part of the 4. And now this can't be a 4 because there's nowhere I can put a square next to it. So the 4 is actually done. So we've got a blue here. Okay. Yeah, this can't be the 4, so the 4 has to go through here. Because, yeah, the 4 can't go here because it would go through the cell that we said couldn't be a 4 before. And if it couldn't be a 4 before, it still probably can't be a 4. We have the yellow half of our domino here. Now, this could... Oh, this 4 is a number. So it is a 1. I was going to say I can't rule out the possibility that this is a 1, but in fact I can rule in the possibility that it's a 1 because I need an extra thing. Because now my 4 goes up here and it needs to be that shape, and so there is a 1, 1 here. And so we can fill in the 2 flavors of shame of the day. And we can finally find a second color for 4s. which is going to be this nice CL color. Okay, so this now is just a 4, if you look at it, because it's whatever that cell is, this is definitely a 4, and so it can't go and touch the other 4, so this 4 has to get out. The 4 can't take this because it needs to be L-shaped, so can't do that. And it can't take this because that won't be L-shaped either. So this 4 comes over here, which then it has to finish like that because otherwise it won't get the right shape. And so that is our thing. Uh-oh, did I cheat? I don't think so, but maybe. Which border were you asking if it was valid, Ron? I think this has become a 7. And that has become a 7 and a 7. Because it would touch another 4. This is sort of hidden. I would probably have used more words and not economize this quite as much. But the double choco rules say each polyomino is orthogonally connected to exactly one other omino of the same size, which is kind of funny. Okay, so all of these are part of the same 7. That's now certainly also 7, so that's now a 9, and that's a 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a 7. That's certainly not a 7. So that is also certainly therefore a 7. I still need to get to 14 total, remember, for the 7s. So this 4 has gotten some forcing. So that 4 and that 4 go in, and then we can put in our regular blue 4. And then this is going to be the start of the CL blue 4. Row 8, column 7 can be a 7, but remember the 7 needs a second 7. So I'm not making any claims about how this 7 omino is connected yet, based on, because it could go here or not. And I have yet to contemplate exactly what that's going to look like, Ron. That's going to be a 9, though, because the 9 needs a friend as well. So now this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now a 5. Countably. And if that's a 5, that makes this a 9. Which now forces the 7 to grow again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I certainly need another 7. I don't think this can be a 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's at most 6 cells. So in particular, not 9 of them. So the 9 certainly has to grow again, which forces the 7 to grow again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I still need at least one more 7, even if I do make this a 7. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is now definitely a 5 because it can't be anything else. Oh, I guess this could still be like 2 5s like that, I suppose. I feel like almost certainly these 5s end up touching, but I don't think I know that yet. Row 11, column 5 clue. Ah, right. Okay, so yeah, so this is a 4. Points at 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to actually separate out that. Thank you. And this. In order to make this work. So that means the 4 goes down. Which means the 2 goes down. The 2 is now done. giving me that, and now I get a 2 there as well. 2 buddy accomplished, and now the 4 is finished. And so the 4 gets its buddy. These are both 1s. Black and gray. These 2 are the same number. That number can't be 1 because it would isolate this cell and it would break. So these 2 are actually part of the same omino that's not a monomino. And now this can't be a 1 because if it was a 1, then wrong? Is it? If this is a monomino, oh, because that could be the monomino, right? Sorry. Okay, yeah, right. It could go that way. That's the problem. And I'm thinking it probably does because this is also a 1 or a 2. Right, because that 1-2 clue has to go there. And these are the same number. So this can't be a 1 because if this is a 1, it's not a 1 across because of the fact that these are the same number. So that number is a 2. These are, in fact, the same omino. So they are orange. And so now we do actually have the case that I missed is exactly what happens, which is that this is black and that is gray. And now my 2 is done over here. Like that. Yellow for us. Okay, now my 7 still needs to grow at least 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 13. I don't know if the 7 has to grow again or not. Unless I contemplate the geometry of how I would possibly make this work if I made that a 7. But this is always a 9 regardless of that, so I don't have to think about it for another minute. And now I can do some counting, perhaps. Oh, maybe not quite. Okay. This is a 3 or a 4. I can certainly do that. Oh, right. Okay, so AFK has the easiest way to see it, which is that if I put this as 7, it's the last 7, which means that the thing is done, and now it branches on one side but not on the other side, which I think is definitely not a good idea. So I think we get that. And so now we know that this is my first 7, like that. And we can give it a color. We don't have anything purple yet. Okay, and so now in order to make this the same, it has to go up like that because we have to have, has to sort of end in the sort of this part because we've so far done that piece. So that has to be a 7. Okay, and we can give it its color. Okay, and so now that's a 9. Okay. Oh, the 9 is now done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that is a complete 9. That's true. And so this 9 can get a color. The 9, yeah, okay, we can make it brown and rust, I suppose, can be the 9s. Okay, yeah. And so the question is, how on earth am I making another 9? So the 9 certainly can't enter this region of death, because this region of death can't contain a whole 9 without like an S cell 9 that contains a double 9 or something like that. So that is a 9. And now I guess that we have possibilities, like that, for example, I think is probably what it does. That's not the right number of cells, so it's definitely not what it does. But there are possibilities. But anyway, we now know what the answer to this number is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is now definitely a 4. This is not able to be a 1 because that is a 9 and that isn't. So this is a 2 or a 3. This 7 needs to see 7 things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tells me that these 5s aren't all together. So the 5 is not a V, for what it's worth. Right. If this cell's not a 5, this 5 breaks, because if this is not a 5, then my 5 gets trapped. So this is definitely a 5. And so all of my 5s are connected, and that 5 is definitely not a V for now actually many reasons. It can't be a V. This is assuredly a 4 now, right? Well, it's assuredly not a 5 or a 6 because this is not room for 6 anymore. Oh no, 5 would work. 5 would work if it were 5 and 5 like that. I think 5 is actually possible. I mean, it's definitely not a 1. Okay. Right. If this is not a 5, then I force this 5 to be an F, because if this is not a 5, both of those cells are part of it, and this 5 is an F, but that 5 is never an F. So that 5 is now actually sort of forced, because now we've got our 5 is an N, and so this 5 has to be an N, so it has to look like that. So we get that arrangement of 5s. So you get the good green color, you get the other green color. Okay, I think this 4 is going to join that 4 and put a Shamamino there, but we'll find out. Okay. I need a rotatable 9 shape. Yeah, I think I see an option for the 9, but I'd rather not try and articulate that the 9 is forced if I can avoid it, but I might not be able to avoid it, but I think it's going to look like that is what I think is going to happen. uh, let's see. Like the 9 definitely can't go down into here, for example. 5 up is kind of interesting, I suppose. Yeah, I can't imagine a world where this isn't the end. So it's either that end or that end, at least in terms of my imagination. Fortunately, I'm not being graded on my ability to do this thoroughly. So if I try and make this the V end, I run into that cell. So I think I have to make this the U end, as chat has said. And I think that makes it look like that's not right. There's the U. And it goes up and then over 2. I think that is the other 9. So this is another double 1. I again don't want to be forced to articulate carefully that is really what happens, but this is a 3. Yeah, I've tried to make it so everything has its sort of mirror color, so that the pairs all sort of go with similar colors. Okay, this 4. Oh, I was gonna say this 4 had to come up there, but it's not. 1, 2, 3. This is a 3, I think. Because it sees the 9 twice and 2 other things. I don't think those 2 could turn out to be the same, for reasons that I will leave to you to verify. So this now has to be a 3, because otherwise it can't be anything. I think this can't be a 3, actually. Because if this is a 3, then I have to resolve my 3s looking like that, and I don't think that works. Yeah, because there's no way I could make this into 2 straight lines, and no way I could make it into 2, whatever you call the 3 that has a kink in it. So that's not a 3. So this is a 1 or a 4 only, which makes that a 1 or a 4 only, which makes this a 3. Which actually means we know that this 3 is done like that. So we can give that the red. Okay. So the 4 definitely takes the thing above it now, Sayori points out. And so now the 3 definitely takes this, and the 3 now takes that, because now we can't isolate that. And so now here is our 3. Can't I do... Oh, no, I can't do that. Right, because this 4 still needs a friend. Oh, so this 4 has... No. Oh, no. Okay, I see what's forced. This 4, right. If this 4, whether it be this or not, if this 4 doesn't join up with this, it definitely breaks. They have to be buddies. And if they're buddies, the only way that works is this. That was my thing I was trying to articulate. So let's do our coloring. Blue, some 1s. Oh, that's right. And there's a 5 in this row, which I thought was going to come into play earlier, but it did not. So we've got 1, 2, 3 already. So there's 1 total break along here. And so it has to be 3, 3, right? Because Otherwise, there's more breaks. Uh, 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 we end on the sad note of putting 2 shame ominoes into the grid. Tragedy of tragedies. I did really enjoy that. That was a lot of that was a lot of fun as a puzzle. Very very nice flow. My only complaint is I really did not want to rotate this in my head and convince myself that I was sure that this was the only way to do it. But other than that, I loved every step. It's funny, Ambrose. I was thinking like, wow, this is so many shame ominoes, but Ambrose says this is not that many shame ominoes, but very cool puzzle, regardless of shame omino densities. I would the beginning was sort of like so forced, which is I guess because just like the rules are so open without it. But I'd be interested to see stuff. Doesn't double choco usually have like a checkerboard kind of rule? There was no checkerboard rule in this puzzle, but I think, or am I thinking of a different puzzle type when I say double choco has a checkerboard rule? Like you have to like color things in 2 colors kind of thing. Yes, I do. I do absolutely adore these Math Pesto hybrids that we have been doing. Sadly, I think we are doing them faster than Math Pesto is making them, so we may have to we may have to try to convince Math Pesto to make more of them. All right, but I'm going to take a quick break there, and I'll be back shortly with another puzzle of some sort. So see you all shortly. welcome back with another double puzzle. This time it's a double compass puzzle. So this is by ZZ Dubs or ZZW, or I'm not sure exactly what they go by. I think this is the first ZZW puzzle I have done. So here we have a compass puzzle. So in a compass puzzle, you need to divide the grid into regions that are usually large. And in a typical puzzle, each region contains one compass, but here each region contains two campi. And so each compass tells you how many cells in that region are in the indicated direction. So for example, this 2 tells me that there are 2 cells above row 10, so in row 9 or higher in this region. And then the others are blank, so it could be anything. This 0 here is telling me there's no cells in this region below here. So for example, here I could do this. Now in this puzzle, every region contains 2 compasses. So we have that. That at least to help us a little bit as we try to figure out exactly what it is that we are going to do with this. And usually in compass puzzles, there ends up being a fair amount of humor, because usually what turns out happening is the thing that you think obviously doesn't happen, and that it's so obvious that it doesn't happen that you probably don't even have to prove it, but then it turns out that it's correct. So there we go. And yes, so people in chat were talking about I was saying I wish Pesto came out with more of these sorts of puzzles, and saying that people in chat, David was saying probably they don't because they take forever to set. And I was like, yes, I definitely think that's true. I think probably this one was easier than most of them to set, but I think probably they're giant wrangling messes. So yeah, so would be my guess. Yeah, so this one's going to need at least one cell. Never mind. It's going to have an equal number of cells. So yeah, okay. So here's the start. So this region, where are its cells? Well, its cells live entirely in sort of 3 bands. So I'm just going to draw this in gratuitously. So I was already going to say something that was wrong, wasn't I? So this region, this compass has orange cells, green cells, and blue cells. There aren't any cells over here because that's a 0. And so the fact that the 41 and 41, the top 41 is the sum of the orange and blue, and the bottom 41 is the sum of the green and blue, tells me, and this is some compass math you often have to do, there's the same number of cells in orange as there are in green. And so what I thought that was going to mean was that both of these cells had to be in the region, but unfortunately I think that's not quite true, because it could do something like that maybe, or something like that. But there's the same number of cells in row 11 as there are in column 10 within this region, because of that at the very least. I am willing to say that much anyway. So we have that. Let's see. It says 4 to the left. Okay, so I think this and that compass have to be in the same region, because assuredly, so this only has 4 total cells in columns 1 through 10 combined. And so assuredly it can't take any compasses. Sorry, I guess it could take anything compasses over to here. So it's going to pair off with one of these compasses. However, it definitely can't get to that one. I guess I only needed to highlight the compasses while I argue this. It definitely can't take this one because this one would have 41 cells counted in that 4. It can't even take that one or that one because that would have 5 or 11 cells counted in there. So the only possible candidates are these. Now, this 3 I actually can't get to without breaking one of the clues, because I would have to take a cell. Oh, no, maybe I could. I could do, like, under there, I think would work. I think that would be okay. The 4 below, though, maybe that works? I'm not sure. So these 3 at least are the only contenders for this. I'm willing to say that for now. See, Jim is asking about where this is allowed to go. So yeah, so this can't get, so this can only take cells down here. So this needs to at least reasonably contemplate these. But it can only go 5 rows down at most. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't have to contemplate any of these. Now, it taking this one, it could do by bending around the corner and just doing that. I think it's going to have to take this one, isn't it? Yeah, this one can't have, right. This one can't take this one because the 11 and the 0 contradict each other. I have to double check the size of the grid to make sure that's actually true. Yes, this one can't take the 1110 compass because it would have to take 11 cells exactly in column 7, and there aren't 11 cells in column 7. So in fact, these two agree, and the only way to make that work is if I actually do that, because I only get 5 total cells in this column, so I need to connect those like that, and that is a whole region. Because I can't take any more cells anywhere in order to make that work. So now the thing, yeah, there's 11 cells in the column, but I can't take the compasses was the thing. Okay, so this one, yeah, I guess we should do a like compass region dance. But don't worry, there'll be a compass region undance when we realize we missed a case about 65 times, but we'll do that. Woohoo! So these two, one of them connects to that. And so the question is, which one can it connect to? Which one can it connect to, or can it connect to multiple? No, it could do that, right? That would be fine. For example, and that would be fine, right? No, it's not, because this would count. That would count, right? That would have to be one of them. That's the point. Okay. Oh, but it could just do that. Right. Okay. So yes. So yeah, how do I articulate this, that this doesn't work? Because the 4 and the 4 don't work. Basically, in order to even connect these, it requires going 4 left. I need all 4 cells just to get here. But I can't have any of those cells be below the line or I won't get there in 4. But then there are only 2 cells below it here. So actually, the thing we just argued here is that these are the same region. Okay, and so I know these aren't in the same region. And the orange has to connect to itself pretty efficiently. So this has to be orange at the very least. Yeah, and so right. These are the only oranges that I could possibly take in that are to the left of this. If I take any other oranges to the left of this, I don't connect to this. And so I can't go up or down from any of those cells. And I can't go left from this one anymore. And I need to take this orange to even have them connect, of course. And then in order to get 3 up, I have to do that. And now this has to be orange because it can't be anything else. And now the yellow, assuredly, has to come out here like this. And now the yellow definitely doesn't grab that one. For what it is worth. Okay, and so now yellow has taken 4 cells at least in row 11. So yellow needs to get to this column, remember, because yellow, remember, needs to take 4 cells. So indeed, the very first thing I tried to prove was wrong, which is just how compass puzzles work, and it's great. Yeah, so yellow needs to get here. And yellow needs to take at least 4 cells in column 10. Now, right. This definitely can't be yellow because it would mess up the 41s. So that means that yellow is going to trap. Like this compass can't be yellow. This compass is trapped under yellow. And so it needs to pair with something that it can be trapped under yellow with. And I think it almost already has to be that one, because it's certainly not that one. Can I trap this under yellow with like this or something? That seems difficult. Oh boy, how am I going to... Oh, right. I was going to get trapped under yellow with that. Actually, this is going to be really messy, because this 4 below, how on earth is this possibly going to work? Oh, it's going to get trapped under this with this, isn't it? I think this is going to... I think these 2 are going to have to join. Yeah, this assuredly is not yellow. That's assuredly not yellow. But yellow can't go under this without breaking this, can it? Oh, I guess it could. Yellow can... I think yellow's going to have to, right? How am I getting to 4? Yes, it needs cells from row 10 is the point. Yeah, it's going to need to take cells from row 10. So yellow can't do that. If yellow does that, the 4 becomes undoable. So the yeah, so the other compass counts as part... Oh, the other compass is part of the 4, so maybe we could do that. In fact, actually, do I have any choice but that if I want these 2 to grow together? I don't know that I have any choices but that. I mean, I have choices in that oh no, I don't even think I have any choices. I think this is just forced. Yeah, we've said the yellow definitely doesn't grab this. So the yellow either goes down here, but if yellow sort of cuts this off, Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's the question, is what 4 cells is this taking? Given that this is still taking 4 cells below, even before you contemplate that it needs to take a compass. And the point is, it needs to take some of these cells. And yeah, and it definitely can't get to row 10, because if it got to row 10, it would cut off yellow. So it can only exist in row 11. I'm assuming the grid is a different size than it is. If it gets to the bottom row, it definitely traps yellow. So red can't get to the bottom row. And red can't take cells over as far as this, because both of these regions are different, and they both need to escape row 10. So I guess I can make this green. And so here's my argument about what happens in row 10. We have 6 cells in row 10. 4 of them must be red. 1 of them must be yellow's exit, and 1 of them must be green's exit. And the answer is because yellow has to reach column 10 in order for its math to work. And so that's all of them. So every cell in this row is yellow, red, or green. And so in particular, this one's definitely not yellow or green. And so it must be red. And then the question, and then this is just all forced. Once that happens, then we've done that. So all of that happens, and now we get that yellow comes out like that, and green comes out like that. Oh yeah, I don't know why I'm reusing green. I was just by default reusing green, but yeah, we've got that this is blue. Okay. Yes, and this is really done, right? This is really done. I'm not making that up. Right, and so yellow needs to take all of column 10 now, right? Because yellow now, we now know how many cells yellow takes in row 11, so it takes the same number in column 10. So all of that is yellow. It's not possible that this is yellow, right? I am going to go out on a limb and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this was yellow, I would have to get to 41 cells in oh, right. This can't be yellow because yellow has more than 5 cells there. Okay, so this is definitely not yellow. This is some other thing, and it's definitely not blue either, so I might as well give it its own color. Purple. Yeah, the 5 is the one I should have looked at first. It's like, this is just so obviously not that, but how can it possibly be? Okay, so this one is not purple, it's not yellow, it's not blue. So this is actually its own color as well. This one we can make, let's say the light blue. No, that's a little too similar. Can make this one brown. And don't we now have everything? We now have everything, right? There's only 3 more. We know that none of these pair up, and so everything has to pair up in order to possibly work. So this has to be brown. This is a very cute puzzle. This has to be brown because there's nothing else it could be. It has to match something, and nothing else has 0 cells below there. And that's the only brown cell that's below here, because we know this is a 1. So brown, yeah, brown can't go left or right. Brown has to go up, like this. Okay, so that's a pairing. I think this is now going to have to be purple. It's not, yeah, it can't be yellow or blue, right? This can't be yellow or blue. So this is assuredly purple. Okay, and so so that's purple, which all seems very reasonable. There's no way this can be yellow, right? There's no universe. Yellow's already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, yellow already has more things than that. So that's blue and that's yellow. Okay. Purple can't go down because it's going to have 5 cells below this just in the process of connecting, not necessarily. Right, okay. So these browns form a barrier of some description. Oh, could this have been blue? Maybe you're actually right. Maybe this could have been blue. I might have cheated, right? Blue maybe could join this from above. Because yeah, if blue did something like that, maybe it's possible. Oh, the point was purple has to join something. That was actually the point, was that something needed to be purple. And nothing else could be purple. That was ultimately the point. It was the other way around. Okay, so brown is a barrier that can't be gotten around. So blue can't go under brown, right? If blue goes under brown, we have a connectivity problem. Boy, okay, that I have to think about this, like this whole like region thing. I want to say that blue has to go around brown on this side, which I'm almost certain is true, but I'm now fearing that is not going to work. Let's see. Emma thinks blue has to go under brown. I think that's going to be really difficult. Uh, oh, blue's 7 is very okay. So blue's 7, right? So if blue goes this way, the 7's already toast. Yeah, so the blue 7 means it gets 3 more cells in these columns. So it can go maybe 1 more there and then 2 over, but then it's got to come straight over. Uh uh that has its connectivity issues though. So I feel like I'm going to have a region bisecting another region in order to make that happen. But I definitely agree, if blue comes over here, blue gets toasted by that. By that. And we know that blue takes a total of some number of cells in these columns for sure. Uh, uh, yeah, can we say anything intelligible about purple? So, uh, yeah, there's probably something intelligent that I could say about purple. And purple certainly, I think, can't do that. Maybe I shouldn't say certainly. Uh, uh, Nothing is certain in a compass puzzle. Why does yellow go under? I would like that to be true, but I can't convince myself of it. Uh, like I would like it to be true. Uh, like it's possible I'm just supposed to be counting cells in the right place, because I feel like every time we've made a really clean deduction in this puzzle, it has amounted to saying I can count where all the cells in this row or column go. Yeah, I guess the 5 is quite restrictive because I always okay, yeah. So even this is too many cells for purple. So purple can't go left at all, right? Is the point? Because that's sort of the most efficient that I could be is to use. Oh no, I can use 4. Sorry, purple can go left 1. Uh, but yeah. So if this cell isn't purple, then it's broken. Is that the claim? Is that correct? If this cell isn't purple, then we just can't get to this this region, right? So yeah, so that cell's definitely purple. Okay, I'm happy to think about that. Yeah, so like this would exhaust completely that 6. But this 5 would be wrong. Okay, so the okay. Trying to convince myself. I feel like there's some smart way to do math like what we did to figure out that all of these had to be yellow. But my brain is breaking trying to do it. I'm trying to decide, like, do I know that yellow is exactly 12 cells or something like that? And I do not know. As of yet. Every compass puzzle I feel like has the whole like this is clearly impossible kind of moment to it. Okay, so makes as many cells in column 9 and row 6. Yeah, do I know, for example, that I can't get to this cell in purple? Am I sure that getting to this cell in purple would break something? I think it would break the 6 here, right? Yes, it would break this 6 if this cell was purple. So that cell's definitely not purple. If this cell is purple, it would not necessarily break this 5 is the problem. Yeah, I don't think this cell being purple necessarily breaks anything. It would break the 6. That 6? I don't understand why. So the compasses count for each other's counts. But if that's purple, it looks to me like I could do this, right? And that's only 5 cells to the right of that. I guess that breaks, this exact arrangement breaks that 6. And I think that's what I'm overlooking, is that this is the only way. So I think what I need in order to be happy is to realize that this is not a hypothetical way in order to do this without breaking the 5. This is literally the only way to make this cell purple without breaking this 5. And since it's literally the only way, I can then notice it does break that 6, and then now it's toast. So I think that does actually mean that this is actually not purple. But I think the words I needed to say were, this is the only way to do this that makes this cell happy, and not just, oh, it's clearly possible because I can think of a way to do it. Okay. Okay, and so similarly, I bet I can prove that this isn't purple. Because if this was purple, I would, oh, maybe that one's harder, actually. I'm not sure I can actually prove that this isn't purple. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I can draw in that. I mean, I can do it with 3 down cells. I don't need any more down cells to connect them, do I? Like this does pretty well, I think. Yeah, but I need literally 0 more cells down in order to connect them. Is the problem. Let's see. Are there any cells I can prove for sure are blue? That because of the fact that blue can't go around. I mean, the problem with this arrangement, I'm not saying this arrangement works as is, but it's so flexible because it's coming nowhere close to using all these 5. It's using 2 of them. So it feels like there's going to be way too many cases if I try and sort of torture this to try and prove something. Yeah, the balancing both clues is exactly what's happening. I need 5 of the 6 cells to the right of this in order to connect these, I think. For example, like the 6 is getting tight there. Oh, maybe this but the 5 is not actually... So this 5, yeah, this 5, I have sort of 1 degree of freedom on the 5, and I have 1 degree of freedom on the 6, is I think what happens. Yellow has to go around brown, right? Because of the... it sounds plausible. Don't I need 3 more to connect? Like this is 3 more to connect. So we know blue goes under brown. Okay, so I think I see Emma's point, I think, is that blue's going under brown in some capacity. We don't know exactly how, but blue's not making it through this connection. Blue can't go between these two browns, so the only way for blue to make it up here is for blue to take these cells, I think. I think that is, I think I believe that from a connectivity point of view. Okay, so is the correct thing to prove that this cell's not purple? Because if this cell is purple, now I only have 2 more purples to connect it, and I can't. I think that's the thing that I am supposed to now see, and I think that's now easier to see. So now purple has to go here. Okay, and now I think we know that we have 3 more purples above row 7. So I don't think this cell can be purple, but let's double check. Because if that's purple, then I need to use 2 purples to connect them in here, and I don't think I can do it I guess I could do that. Oh crap. But that's going to break this 5. Yeah, do we now have a good argument that yellow has to go under? Maybe that's a good question. Because now, right, if yellow now goes any way but under, yellow has to cut through either blue or brown, because I know both blue and brown are connecting across this space. So yellow definitely has to go under. Okay, so now we have that at least is good, which is going to force those 2 to be purple at the very least. Oh, and so this is going to be yellow, and that's going to be yellow. Of course, all of this is going to end up being yellow. Right, and so now blue, right, because blue's under brown, so yeah, blue has to make it those cells. Brown has to make it that cell. Blue has to make it to that cell, so so yellow has to make it to those cells. Purple has to take it that cell. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got 6 above, and we've got 5 to the left, and we've got 5 below. So now purple is fixed. So let's see. So that's yellow. Okay, right. And blue needs to snake around here. So brown needs to snake through here. Yellow needs to snake over here. Oh, and I think I actually... maybe I'm not completely sure. We might have to count. Blue certainly goes under here. So brown certainly does that. So blue certainly goes there. So brown certainly goes... Wait a second. Did I break this? I think I broke this. I definitely broke this. What did I do? Because I've made it so that I can't connect both yellow and brown now, right? It's okay. Not broken. Okay. So brown assuredly has to go there then, and there. So blue has to go there. Oh, right. Yellow is going to go... I still don't see that. I still don't see what's going to happen, but we'll figure it out together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so all the blue cells that are on this side are done. For what it's worth. Oh, I see it. Okay, I just saw what's going to happen. Okay. So the rest of column 5 is yellow because there's no other colors in the universe. That is true. Likewise, no color could possibly get here. Like the only colors I have left, like I'm trying to wonder if I'm supposed to just prove that this is yellow. That might make it more. That might make it easier. 2, 3. Yeah. So remember, I only get 3 more blue cells over in all of this part of the world. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, yellow certainly can't grab this. Yeah, can I prove that yellow can't take this 14 from below? I don't think I'm quite prepared to prove that. Oh, no, it does take it from below, but it takes it from below by reaching around, right? Okay. Right, because the yellow, right, because these browns ultimately connect to each other. So the yellow has to go around. So that means this needs to be yellow, right? Because the browns ultimately connect. So the only way yellow gets here is by going around. So that has to be yellow, which is going to force that to be blue, which is going to force that to be yellow, of course. Of course, the... course, that has to happen. Now the brown, I need to connect the brown there, or it doesn't connect, and I need to make the brown there, or it doesn't connect. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's still another brown cell in there somewhere. These are yellow. Let's see. These are yellow. Okay, 2, 3, 4. Okay, blue needs to take that cell, or blue does not get the right number of cells. And blue needs to take those. Oh, AFK says I did something wrong. Oh, how did I trap yellow? What on earth did I do? What did it? Oh, because blue can take that cell. Blue can take that cell. I was thinking there was no cell that blue could take that was in column 3, but blue can take one of these cells. So blue doesn't have to take this cell. And you're right, if blue does take that cell, it's a big problem. So blue definitely doesn't do that thing I just said. So there we go. Okay, so yeah, so blue's going to get fulfilled at the top. Okay. Okay, yellow needs to connect around like this. So now blue definitely takes this cell, and now blue can't take anything else. And brown still needs a cell, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, brown takes a cell here, and then it's done. And now yellow needs to connect along here. And we can fill in our border. I don't think I did. Oops. Around the outside. Lovely. This is the perfect compass sort of idea of the like, how can this possibly work? And then it turns out somehow that it works anyway. Because some region is gigantic. Although almost always the region that does this kind of crazy stuff is clued with like a 1 and no other things. And it turns out that the 1 it's clued with turns out to have to be taken in some other universe. That's the, so like this one, at least it was a little bit telegraphed, although I did not double check the 41. I was originally a little afraid I was going to need to do anything with the 41, but actually the only reason the 41 is given is because you need to know that these two clues are the same. So we didn't actually need to know, we didn't ever need to count to 41. Yeah, the 1 ends up being 5 miles away in another county after it travels through the rest of the grid off to the left or whatever is a very common thing in these puzzles. Alrighty, but that is going to be it for stream today. We got some very cool stuff today. Yeah, answer check won't work because we didn't enter anything in the grid, and answer check only knows how to check digits. It doesn't know how to check regions, at least as of yet. Maybe someday. But I suspect check regions that you drew into the grid is not high on Sven's list of things to add to Sudoku Pad. Yeah, I think it could have been NN with the rule saying that these had to be the same number, and that the number was double digits or something. But I think the rules for writing it down would be more complicated than just writing the 4141, because that just sort of fits within the rules, and it's not exactly like you can use the fact that it's a 41 super productively. Yeah, the math on row 10 was super elegant. That was cool, and I liked sort of pairing them up. Very neat overall. But anyway, thank you to everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. We greatly appreciate it. If you want to support the stream and you don't now, you can get stuff like the Zach emotes you see in chat from a bunch of our supporters. You can do that by clicking the join button down below. For as little as $5 a month. We greatly appreciate all of you who do it. If you'd rather give a one-time donation via Ko-fi, we greatly appreciate those as well. Or Super Chat. We're not picky. We just appreciate all of you who give us your support in whatever way you can. If you can't afford to support the stream financially, by all means, please still hang out. Please hit the like button. That still helps, and that is free. If you're watching the VOD, say hi in the comments. We greatly appreciate those as well. And last but not least, I'll thank all the people who support the stream at the top level. So that is Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Bye for now.